Mhm. Thank you. Okay, I have a cold, so after you want me to throw it away. Okay.
Where, but in Orlando. Yeah, because of that. Okay. That is super cool.
Bueno,
What is like a burger king?
I don't know. Where did you do
I
you
have
teach?
no,
Did you used to teach?
nope.
Oh,
My son is in school.
uh-huh.
Well, my kids. My son, he's in Miami Lakes K8.
I'm
He's
retired, but I used to teach but many years ago in Dupuy.
okay. So my son is turning 12, so he's going to 7 now. Maybe you
Yeah,
have.
I tutor a lot of kids in the area.
Okay. Like, so you live here in Miami Lakes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's somebody there.
Which video? Oh. Yes. And the funny thing is, Oro has just woke, and I'm like, I'm telling him, have Harrison tomorrow. Like when you said she's gonna be starting. Pablo. Yeah, Willie's on vacation too. I know, right? All the liaisons. Hey, what's going on? And Brandon. You heard about Brandon, right? That's it. He's no longer with Miami Lakes. Oh yes. Yes.
And I was scared. I thought you would get mad, like, because, with COVID, I said, I know I don't have COVID, but, I'm like, oh my God, is she going to get mad because I even came? I'm like, the day that I was sworn in, there was a gentleman, I think, sworn in too. Oh, that's his thing? Okay. Oh, he's not on there either. But it was not a meeting when I was sworn in. Yeah.
But yeah, because one thing is like you come and you just, and then the other one is when they actually say welcome at the council meeting.
Hmm.
What is it that they call it? Uh-huh. What is it called?
I think I was in. I would think I was there that day.
Isn't it?
Mhm. Yeah, I think I was there that day. That we got up and we took a picture with the mayor. I think, yeah, I was here.
So you can laugh, Francisco. Yesterday at the event, I was asking everybody if they were you, because I'm like, I think I remember him, but I'm not sure. Yes, I met a lot of people that were. Oh. Oh. Pero yeah, Jacob had a blast too. He got his shirt signed by three other folk up there. We got a photo op. He loved it.
Yes, I wanted to go. Listen, to make things worse, Sunday I went to one of the water parks and Orlando with my kid. And since I got home, asthma attack. And yesterday I can't go. So I completely, no, okay. So the pillows, man, I told you yesterday about the education board. We went last week. And
No.
no, pero I went to the asthma attack. I said, you want to
But I'm glad you're better and you're here.
thank you.
The pillows thing, yes.
What's your name?
Just saying.
Oh, just say.
Ryan had fun?
But then what's her name?
I'm just an idiot.
Oh, I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm an
You
idiot.
wanted
Oh, I got an email that you were gonna be contacting me, but I never got your email.
He's like, I hope I don't sweat.
And thank God I called to confirm. I said, "Is the meeting Thursday?" She goes, "No, it's the meeting's tomorrow." I'm like, "Oh, I never." She goes, "Didn't Yesenia tell you?" And I go, "I never got the email from her."
I'm glad they had a good time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so since we have a couple of new people, when you want to speak, you have to press over here. I think.
Push, where it says push.
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if your light is on, that means it's pressed. So you want to keep it off until I pretty much call on you. All right. Good evening. This is Vivian Levy, and I'm calling the Special Needs Advisory Board meeting to order at 5:41 p.m. today. Okay. Angela, would you please do the roll call?
Yesenia Leiva,
Present.
Vivian,
Present.
Yesenia,
Present.
Orellana, you're present. Making me do it. Okay. David's not here. John, Francisco,
Present.
and Annette.
Present.
Okay. Just quickly, I want to welcome both of our new members, Annette and Francisco. And I would just like for each one of you to, quickly, because we have very short amount of time, to just tell us a little bit about yourselves and, why you're here and why you're excited to work with us.
Well, thank you. It sounds loud. Thank you, first of all. I am the site director for Gigi's Playhouse here in Miami. We are a Down Syndrome Achievement Center. And I'm just happy to be here at helping out as much as I can and finding new, fun, and exciting ways to help out our people from Miami Lakes or Miami-Dade that are in the special needs community.
Thank you, Francisco. Annette.
I'm a retired teacher from Dade County Public Schools. I started off my career about 25 years ago in Dupuy Elementary. I was a varying exceptionality teacher there. And the last few years of my career, I worked as an ESOL teacher in Sunny Isles, K through 8. And I'm also very excited to help the community.
Thank you both very much and welcome to the Special Needs Advisory Board. We're very happy to have you. We are filled to capacity, so I'm super excited. Okay, moving on to the order of business. Any deferrals, additions, or deletions to the agenda at this moment? I don't see any, so let's move on. Any public comments? I don't see anyone here, so let's move on to the approval of minutes for May 2021. There's a copy with you. In front of you, you should have a copy of the minutes if you want to look them over. Any corrections that you might have. Now it's the time to speak or forever hold your peace. So just take a minute to go through them. And then whoever's ready to make a motion to approve, go ahead.
Vivian, these are from May? This, where the June?
Remember, we didn't have a June
No.
meeting
Okay,
because it was, I
But I
had to
wanted-
cancel it, remember?
that's true. Yes.
So there's no June
No.
minutes.
Yes.
But we deferred the April minutes till our next meeting too, so those haven't been approved yet.
Okay, good point.
I motion to approve the minutes
Which ones?
for May.
I second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I move to defer approving the April minutes until next meeting that we can provide a copy.
Okay.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Minutes for April are deferred for next meeting. Okay, let's move on to old business. I have a few updates. The 3x5 card, we're getting the proof, the final proof from the printer this week. So once that gets approved, then they can go ahead and print it. So we got a great deal, 1,000 3x5 cards for just $72. So I think that's awesome. So we want to, hang those out at all town events. Just to catch you guys up, it's like a marketing card, and it's gonna have the what is it called? The QR code.
QR code.
Yeah, QR code on it that'll take you straight to the Special Needs Advisory Board page on the website, on the town's website. And there you can register for the police program that we have, the Special Needs Registry. It's a program that we're getting ready to launch. There's already been a couple of people who have registered, including my son, but we haven't advertised it because we're waiting for the cards, and we're waiting for a video that is ready to go. It just needs to be approved, and that's going to be launched all over social media to promote the program and get Miami Lakes residents to sign up and register with the police department, where each registrant is going to receive a sticker to put on their window or their door. So if an officer is ever called to that home, they'll automatically know, okay, there's someone here who needs special attention, so, and they're also going to receive a bracelet, and just in case that individual ever has an encounter with an officer, they will know from that bracelet. It's going to have like an individual number that will connect to all that person's information. So if it's somebody who is lost or can't communicate, the police officer by that number will be able to look up, on the radio to the dispatcher, that person's emergency contact information, any triggers that person has, the best ways to communicate with the individual, to better and improve the relationship, with the police officers and the community. So that's something we are launching. Was like our big project this year. I mean, it's been coming for years. This has taken years, even before the board was even formed. We've been trying to do this. So
And how are the local condos or apartments dealing with that? Because, for example, where I live, they won't let you put anything on the door. So, are they on board with this?
that's a good point that it hasn't been brought up. You're the first one to bring it up. So that's something that, we would have to figure out how to do that.
One of the important things with that being said, you're right, no one's mentioned that, and we'll talk about it in a little bit later, but it's going to be important for us to go attend different committee meetings. With that being one of them, the neighborhood safety committees, so that the committees can help us in finding ways to distribute this information and provide the trainings necessary and so on and so forth. So the community relation that we as a Special Needs Advisory Board have with the committees and community partners is going to be vital to that.
What I'm thinking too, that's gonna have to be something through like the HOAs as well, because that's, if they have, any restrictions
Right.
getting to their managers or whoever's the director. So like the contact person, I know that there's some HOAs that have like more than one, or better said, one person that has more than one HOA. So I don't know how we can also get in contact with them, because this is something like legal. This isn't just like, oh, I want to just put a sticker. Like this is more serious.
Good point, but these are the little things as we go along, because we're literally starting this from scratch. So, okay. All right.
Is that something Mr. Coviella could help us with? Lorenzo? Okay.
Maybe. Probably. He's the town attorney. Okay. All right. Okay, I already spoke about the special needs registry video. It's already finished. It just needs the final approval, and then we're gonna launch this thing. Okay, the update on the list of vendors, that John is working on that and he's not here. So
With that, what we're planning on doing is a list of vendors or providers in the town of Miami Lakes that provide services to individuals with disabilities, and continue to update the page or the site on the Miami Lakes town website, so that it's a continuous updated resource for the community.
right now we already have a resource list, but it's more like state and
Agencies.
federal, organizations. So we want to add local organizations like to Miami Lakes, like therapy places or places like Gigi's Playhouse, so that we're working on that, on adding like a local list. Okay. Okay, the update on the ADA parks repairs. I don't know if you guys saw. They are working on it this week. So once that is done, we can shoot our video that's going to promote the park. And we're very excited about that.
Which one's the ADA park here?
It's, it's the one in Miami Lakes Optimist, like by the, was it a canal or like a little lake or river or something?
Yeah, it's right, where it's actually right, the park that's closest to Gigi's Playhouse. The park that's in the corner. There's the church, Our Lady of the Lakes, and then there's, I think it's Miami Lakes Middle School, if I'm not mistaken. The
Yes.
Boy Tropical, like it's there.
Okay, no, so I'm asking because there's so many parks here and I moved last year, so I'm still getting to know them. So it's inside the Optimist Park?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty hidden, which is why we want to highlight it. And it's rarely ever showcased. And it's a boundless park.
That's what
And, that's part of the reason why we chose to allocate some of our funds to do a video at the park, showing, kids playing to promote it. Because I did a search on Google for like Boundless Park or 88 Park. Nothing came up. And I even put Miami Lakes and it didn't come up. And it's not on the website. So we wanted to change that. So now that's going to change. Plus, when they were going to shoot the video, they realized it needed some repairs. So that, brought this along, but they're working on it. So we should be ready to shoot the video, once the repairs are done and get going with that project. Okay. All right. Okay, back to school ideas. I don't know if you all saw, there's an open house happening on August, let me see, I think it's 13th or 14th, where the town promotes all their programs for like after school, for weekends, for kids.
August 14th.
August 14th, yes. Right. So for the first time ever, we have a program. Spectrum Dance Therapy will be doing a dance class on Saturdays. So on August 14th, we're gonna have a table, and I'm praying that the 3x5 cards will be done by then. So, and we're gonna be signing up, like everybody else, signing up students for the dance class, and also hopefully signing up people for the police registry program. So if anybody can, come, I think it's from 8 to 11. Hold
Yes.
on.
8 to 11, Saturday, August 14th.
It's from 8 to 11. And then from 11 to 2, it's the end of summer bash, which I already signed up my son. They're going to have a water slide, and they're going to give away like backpacks and school supplies. So it's kind of like an all-day thing. And, but we're very excited to have Spectrum Dance, be part of the, one of the programs in Miami Lakes. And our goal is to bring more programs like that, sports programs, art programs, and be included. That's our goal, is to be included in everything Miami Lakes, all the events, all the programs. Our goal is inclusion. So I think we're getting there. Baby steps, but we are getting there. So we have our first program.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mayor's Gala. The date has been set. I'm sure you guys saw the invitation. It's on social media. I recommend that you all follow the town, either whether it's Instagram or Facebook, or just check the website once in a while so you know everything that's going on. That's a great way to, to learn about what's going on in the town, and how can we as an advisory board make everything that they're doing inclusive. Okay. I also like to recommend to maybe watch some of or part of the, part of the town council meetings. I know they're super long, so you can like fast forward. Like now you can watch them, online. But you learn a lot, because we kind of work like they work, but like in a smaller scale. So you kind of see how they run their meeting, how they bring up their ideas, and it's a great way to learn. you know, how to function here. I mean, this is the first committee that I have ever been a part of. So that was a way for me to learn, you know, okay, like, you know, what is this weird way they like talk to each other, and like only one person talks at a time, and you know, the way the meetings are run. So I mean, they're super long and super, you know, crazy sometimes, but just watching little bits, you can kind of get an idea of how everything is run. And you know, you follow the town on social media, you find out about all the events. So I recommend for everyone to do that. I think, you know, most of us already do that. So the mayor's gala, it's 80s and 90s theme, so that's going to be super fun. It's September 25th at 7:30. Open bar, live music. I've been to the two previous ones. You've been to?
Yes.
Have you been? No. They're super, super fun. This one's gonna be, I mean, I love 80s music. That was like, you know, when I was a teenager, so that's gonna be fun. You know, there's always like a ton of food, and there's like gambling with Manny money, you know, Manny the mayor. He like prints his own money, and they have like, you know, like fake casino, and it's a lot of fun. And there's dancing. So, you know, all of the proceeds go to our board. That's how we make money, because we don't have, we're not part of the budget.
We don't have our own budget
Right.
or funds that come directly from the town. So we are supported by the mayor's gala.
Exactly. So invite your friends. If you know anybody who has a business and wants to be a sponsor, you know, just let me know, and I'll direct you to Joseph, the mayor's assistant. He's in charge of all the sponsors. But I recommend you get your tickets fast, because last year we didn't have a gala, but the one before, the tickets were sold out, and a bunch of people were not able to go because, you know, it's a limited amount only. Okay. Oh, the dance class with Spectrum Dance, I already talked about that. So I think we're done with old business. Let's move on to new business. Education Advisory Board awards. So yesterday, Jesse and I attended the Education Advisory Board meeting, and Daylene, one of their members, had contacted me asking me, you know, to come and listen in on their meeting, because they are working on these like awards, like very similar to the Women of Distinction Awards that the Cultural Affairs Committee does. I don't know if you guys have heard of those, but they want to be inclusive in choosing, you know, the winners. So let me go down. Do I have the categories here? So anyway, I think there's like 10 categories.
The categories run from community to fine arts to technology, mathematics, science. There's about a little over 10 categories, and they're just working on how to condense the categories. And it's worded very inclusively from the beginning. So it's basically stating students, including students with disabilities and community leaders, something along those lines. So I love that. And basically our input was, we were asked to put our input in regards to any other categories that we would like to include. And then as well as in the nomination process, you know, who would qualify, if you will, for those particular nominations. There was a lot of conversation. There was a lot of questions that were asked in regards to the categories, and we were on the same page in regards to making sure that it's fully inclusive. fully inclusive, and like I said, the wording was great already. So I don't know if you want to talk a
I
little
mean,
bit
their
about that.
goal is to recognize students and one teacher, because there's one award that's for a teacher, um, who normally don't have a chance to get recognized. You know, they always usually recognize academically, you know. So these categories were like broad enough in the sense that you could win because of your effort, you know. So that's their goal. They're
good.
not, they're looking to recognize, you know, kids who usually don't have a chance to get an award. So they wanted to make sure that the nominees, I think the thing they're thinking of doing it like the Women of Distinction, where they open up on social media, like, who do you want to nominate? Like the town, the residents of the town can nominate whoever for each category.
Right.
So, you know, we wanted to make sure that the way they word it is so that people who are nominating understand that, okay, it's open to everybody, people of all abilities. You know, it's not just like the smartest kid in the class, you know, they're always getting all the awards. So,
There were questions in regards to how to be inclusive, but yet kind of how to be careful in case somebody did not get chosen, and you know they wanted to make sure that it was fair, if you will, across the board. And my thought in that was absolutely, as long as it's inclusive, you know, that's the goal, is that it's inclusive and that everybody knows that they're all included, and that, you know, all of their efforts count towards the awards, same requirements and everything. No one is going to know, if I'm correct, no one is going to know ahead of time who was chosen or who wasn't chosen or anything like that. When they win, they'll be notified that they're the winner, and that's it. So
Did you all have an opportunity to give input on the system that they're using to like rate the nominees? Because that would be important too for being inclusive. Aside from having an inclusive pool of people, how they're all being judged needs to be an inclusive process as well. So did they let you guys look at like how they're rating them or how they're picking the actual winners?
well, I know they said their board is gonna pick the winners.
Okay.
So I don't think they have figured out like the criteria they're gonna use. This is the first year they're doing this. So I don't think they didn't talk about that.
they didn't talk about that, and we were given the green light. If any ideas, anything at all in the entire process that we have, to go ahead and contact them, and they'll be willing to work with us. So that's a great idea. I don't think that's something that was mentioned.
Right.
So
Yeah, because to your point, like, you know, people being unfairly, like, because if you're going up against like the valedictorian of whatever school and then somebody else doesn't have the grades, like if we're just basing it on grades, then the people we're including, they're not going to make it anyway. So if we set up a process to make sure that other things are being looked at, then they'll have a better chance of being rated fairly.
right, that's a great point. One of the comments or points was, well, let's create, let's say 2 or 3 other subcategories specifically for the individuals with disabilities, or the potential candidates of individuals with disabilities. I was not so much for that, because that's not the point. The moment you do that, you're no longer inclusive. So it's like, no, that wouldn't be, that wouldn't be a thing. However, being a part of that process, I think, would be very helpful to really capture the inclusivity of it.
They were extremely welcoming
Yes.
to us and wanting our input. I mean, they basically want us to go to all their meetings.
That's nice. I feel like they're the committee that we're most related
I know,
to.
and I love it. And we've been wanting to work with them for so long. And I think that, this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship.
Good.
And, my wish is that we can create the same relationship with all the other committees.
Yeah.
Because I think our goal is to make every other committee and whatever they're doing inclusive.
Right.
So if we start with one committee, we can, that's something I would love to do, which is also a learning process, is to attend other committee meetings. I mean, you see, you learn, you look at, the questions they're asking, the ideas they're bringing up, and you have to be on the mindset, okay, how do I make that inclusive? How do I make that inviting to everybody?
Right.
And
So-
the best part is, I'm sorry, just in talking to
No,
different
go.
people, is that they're willing. It's just literally a matter of coming to them or having that conversation. Like, I think it's the public safety committee, like we've already
Yeah.
had that conversation. So it's really just us getting the schedule of everything and, going,
Yeah.
and we can divide up the days or, the meetings. So it's possible.
Yeah, definitely. And all the events that all these committees have, how to make those inclusive, or when they promote, market, advertise all these events, how to help them, make it more inviting, so that, parents who have kids, with special needs, they feel like, okay, this is for me too. Like, my kid can fit in. There's something for him or for her here,
Yeah.
So I think we're getting there.
Good.
I wanted to say, Jesse mentioned the Public Safety Committee. Rudy is the chair, and when we had the chair meeting, he was saying how we had spoken about renting bikes for one of their bike rodeos, for like tricycles that are adaptive and all of that. And he's all for it. And I do want to mention that when we brought up the special needs registry, everybody was super excited because Jesse and I, we went to the chair meeting and they were asking questions. I think it was what was asked, about the most. And everyone was more than willing to help. Everyone had nothing but great things to say. They were all surprised or like, this sounds amazing. I mean, town manager, everybody. So I'm very excited with the registry. I really am. And I think this is going to be something so big. And not just that we're starting this, because not too many communities have this. Actually, I think we're going to be maybe the second, I think. I'm not too sure, but I know there are not a lot. So we can even help other communities, to set this up. So it's really cool. And I agree, I think we need to also go to, other meetings. Not, of course, we're not trying to say like every month we're going to go to all the meetings, but definitely try, to be a part of it, and when they have events, I love, everything inclusive, most definitely, because a lot of times when there's events, oh, bike rodeo, oh no, forget it. In my case, for example, my son is in a wheelchair, but there's adaptive tricycles. Hey, maybe we could rent one. So, all those things, how to make it, for everyone. And I'm all for it. Maybe I know that it comes out in the newspaper, like all the meetings. Well, they send emails too. So we could know the meetings and maybe we can say, okay, who's available this day, and we could go to that meeting. And, and we can definitely talk about the registry, bring it to the actual committee. So I think
I
it's
know
great.
that the Elderly Affairs Committee is one that is super interested in the registry, because, there's a lot of the elderly that sometimes they wander off, they get confused, they get lost. This program is for them too. It's not just for kids, or adults, it's for everybody. It's for all ages. So that's somebody definitely, once we have all the materials and everything ready to go, we definitely want to visit them. Dottie told me, she's like, yes, I have a couple of people that I know would definitely, that would work for them. So
Miss Dottie and Miss Nancy, Mama Nancy, she's really excited because she brought up the point with the seniors.
right.
And that they could be involved. So she gave us contact information and projects that they're working on where that could be completely inclusive. And then all these committees ultimately will help us get out to the community, because that's been one of my biggest things. Is like, okay, we're doing these things. Where are the people? But, over time, the more committees, the more people that are involved, the more people that'll come out.
Exactly.
And who's doing the bike rodeo?
Is that the public safety or?
I know that there's going to be two. One was going to be the blasting advisory board. I don't know the dates though. And I know that Rudy from the public safety committee, he was also speaking about a bike rodeo. He's the one that was telling us about, because we have spoken to him before about maybe renting or figuring out how to get adaptive bikes as well, and just, making it so everyone can go. Like,
But the bike rodeo just happened, right? Like a couple of months ago. Yeah. Yeah.
The
So
veterans.
it will be for next year.
No, I ask because we have access right now to a bunch of bicycles for kids with special needs. And we are trying to figure a way, we got them donated to us at Gigi's. And we're trying to find a way to bring them down from bring them from Boca down to Miami and figure out where to store them. Because one of the things we were thinking of doing was teach kids how to ride their bikes.
Right.
And that I think will be something really, really cool.
That would be amazing for the next bike rodeo.
Or even
So-
doing an event.
Or just for any event. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do a walk, run, and roll event or something like that.
This is not related to the bike rodeo, but I know the blasting advisory board, they're going on a neighborhood bike ride. And I think it's
Right.
it might be in September. They just posted the map of it yesterday online. So like, that's something else that those bikes would be great.
Yeah, and it can bring awareness to the blasting.
The Veterans Committee was also interested in the bike
Right.
ride.
Yeah.
When that's one of the things actually
Yeah.
we were working on before COVID.
Well, they do the jingle bell,
Jingle ride.
jingle walk, the Christmas one. So there's a gazillion events in this town. That's why I'm telling you, you need to either follow them or look on the website. There's always something going on. Always something going on.
I would like to correct myself. Rudy Laredo is actually the Neighborhood Improvement Committee Chair, not Public Safety. I apologize.
Yeah. But they do bike rides. The neighborhood improvement, they do a couple of bike rides. Like they do like a bike tour where they do like they stop for food. I mean, it's more for grown-ups, but there's adults with special needs.
Exactly.
So, okay. Let me see. All right. Is there any announcements or anything else that I forgot?
I would like to speak a little bit about the Family Cafe. It was given me as homework.
Yes, please.
And I very kindly and very excitedly accepted. I wanted to say this year's Family Cafe, which is held every year in Orlando, it went from June 11th through the 13th. Next year, it'll be from May 27th through the 29th. And like I said, it's held in Orlando. It's the biggest cross-disability event in the state of Florida. And everyone is there. Like, when I say everyone, I mean, you have the person in charge of MedWaiver, you have any program within the state of Florida, they're there. Like the main people, the directors, the the CEOs and, all of that. And this year it was very special. We got to see someone, his name is Chris, and he is a triathlete. He has Down syndrome, and it was amazing. It was him and his father, and he did a triathlon. I mean, I can't do one, and I know so many people that would probably love to. And he spoke how he didn't even know how to ride a bike, because I'm sure Francisco could speak a lot more on that, but people that have Down syndrome, they have very low muscle tone, so it's a very hard skill. And they have this motto, and they were like one more. So every day, like he would do a little more and a little more. And he did it. He swam, he ran, and he rode that bike. And he rode the bike by himself. He didn't have like a double bike, it was by himself. And it was, and like that, there were other things as well. And I have some flyers. I had gotten a few flyers also of transition programs that they have, but I misplaced them. I don't know what happened. And I got a lot, so I can like give to everyone, but
You're fired.
next year maybe, I don't know. I'll try my best to get the information, but I have some flyers here, and I really like this, and I want to read it. It says, some say that aerodynamically, it is impossible for bumblebees to fly because their wings are too small for their bodies. But bumblebees don't care. They just fly. And I think that is just amazing because, you know, a lot of times we limit ourselves because of what others say. But hey, bumblebees, they don't care. They do, you know, they don't look at their limitations. And it was a very good event. And not only for parents, because, you know, as parents, we learn a lot, but for the kids too. Like my son, like I said before, he's 11, he's almost 12, and he was in awe with the triathlete. And I was like, okay, so when are you gonna do yours? But it's amazing. I have here transportation disadvantage. I have information on CMS. I also have a flyer on autism after the diagnosis, and it's actually online as well. So it's not only, you know, in person, which I thought was amazing, because a lot of times I think when we first hear a diagnosis, I think, you know, as a parent, I can speak, it's one of the hardest moments, because you're like, what is that? Like, you don't even know what it is. Where do I go from here? What can I do? And it's just so much going on. So this one particularly is for autism. I also have, it's called Navigation, Florida Navigator, I apologize. And it's a lot of resources. You put what you're looking for. It could be a camp, it could be a therapy, and all of so much information. I'm not gonna get into it to not be too long, but it's a community resource directory, and it has so much information. So I'm gonna pass that around later so you can all see as well. And this book here, it's called An Autism Unscripted Life. This gentleman, I was able to hear him speak because one of the things at the Family Cafe is they have like the big event, like in the big hall, but then they also have separate. So you're able to go to what calls, you know, your attention, or what pertains to your case, or whatever you want to go to. And I really wanted to go to his, and I was able to. And he has autism, and he was speaking very amazingly. He actually does interviews people that have autism in Orlando. So he works for Telemundo. He's like, I'm still a volunteer, but hopefully soon I'll start getting paid. So, but he was amazing, the way that he spoke about it. And I'm like, I have to have his book, and of course his autograph too. So I encourage all of those, you know, that are able to. The event is free, completely free. If you have, you know, someone that stays in Orlando, even better, that you don't have to pay for hotel stay. But I definitely recommend it. And like I said, it's from infant to retirement. There's information for anyone and everyone. So that's it.
Thank you. That resource that's online, maybe we could add that to the to our resource page. So I would like, maybe you can give it to Jessie so she can have them add it. Because if there's like that ton of information you can get online, they can just click on there and fly.
And I'll just read this really quickly, and it's regarding the Florida Navigator. It says, to better streamline the search for state services with consolidated information in one place. And then it has early ages, it has school years, work and family years, retirement years. So it's an all-inclusive for everyone.
That's awesome. We need to have that on the resource page. So thank you. And anything else that you see there that we could add it to the resource page? Give it to Jessie so she can submit it and they can add it. Okay. Was there anything else that we should know about that happened in the chairs meeting that you so nicely filled in for me?
I wanted to mention something very important regarding the Family Cafe. We had Governor Ron DeSantis there. Every year there's a Governor Summit, and I was very ecstatic to hear that they were able to allocate $95 million to the Med Waiver program. So that means that a lot of people were able to get services. And that is actually the biggest amount ever. Ever. And I do want to say, and not, not speaking politics, but the way that he spoke was amazing, because he didn't just speak of things to come, but things that he's already done. And that one right there was absolutely huge. And I will say this also, the Family Cafe was able to be done because he approved it, the funds for the event. So I just wanted to say that. At the chair meeting, well, a lot of things were spoken and I took notes and I didn't bring them. I'll bring them next time, I promise. But it was very good. It was very fruitful. It wasn't too long, so it was kind of hard to, get too much information in. But I did see like everyone wanting to work together, all the committees, they were trying to see how, when we have events, how we can, like put a table, different things, so we can all come together and really serve our community, not just one committee, but everyone coming together and, okay, what do you need? Okay, we can tell them, look, you could go to that committee, or if we're able to service them ourselves, however we possibly can. Each chairperson, spoke on their committee and what they've been doing for the 3 months prior and what's to come. So there's certain events that they spoke about, and like Vivian was saying, I highly encourage everyone to be part of to follow the town, however social media. I think that's one of the most updated, so that we know what's going on. And, so if we're able to also make it inclusive, or if we're able to be a part of it somehow. And I think it's nice when someone else has an event and we're able to support somehow, maybe even go, for a little while, the same way I know we're happy when other committees or the council, the mayor, they come to our events as well. I think that's something that was spoken about too. They were also speaking, like the board members, to always want to, work, not just come to the meetings, but also, when there's events and things like that. We, for the most part, and if anyone wants to correct me, feel free. Whenever we've done an event, which it's been kind of difficult doing in person, but we have done online and different ways, is to come together and, okay, maybe 2 or 3 of us can be, like we split each other up. It's not, every event. So, don't feel overwhelmed, like, oh man, how many of us do I have to go to? But, to be a part of it, I think it's good too that we're there, because, it's nice to talk and say, oh yes, we support you. But I think, the actions always speak louder. So they were very big on that. They spoke about the sidewalk that they're going to be doing. Jesse was there. Help me, Jesse.
Jesse was there.
The other Jesse. The 2 Jesses.
Which one?
They're going to do like a sidewalk. I think it's from like 82nd through 85th. And then they're going to try to take it to 87, where it's like illuminated really nicely. Yeah, like a lot of projects to come. And they've been doing a lot of things. They've been widening sidewalks. They've been, I know, on 60th Avenue. So a lot of things are happening and are going to continue to happen. So in the next meeting, if there's something else, I'll bring it up.
Okay, I just wanted to emphasize the mayor's gala. That's our baby, because that's where we get our funds. So, we need to try and sell tickets. They do like a silent auction at the gala. So any items that we could get donated, that's very, important right now to get all those, whatever you can get from a sponsor, a restaurant, a massage, any type of, I don't know, items, a basket, a wine basket, I don't know, just stuff that we can have at the gala for the silent auction. They really want our support because obviously the money's coming back to us. So just wanted to put an emphasis on that. And for next meeting, I would love for you guys to, bring in more ideas for new business. If you look at the agenda for the town council meeting, under new business, it's like, 20, 30 items, and they each have like the council member or sometimes the mayor, they brought up that item, like that was their idea, and it doesn't have to be like a, anything groundbreaking, but it's just to start a conversation, and, ideas can grow from just one, from one person. So I want to invite you all to bring your ideas, bring your thoughts, comments, and, we'll
mean
make them grow.
You mean for events that we can do, or?
Yeah, anything, events, or how to make, other events more inclusive, everything that we've been talking about here, maybe, ideas on how to approach other committees, anything just so that, I want everyone's input. That's why we're here. I want to hear what everybody's thinking, I want your ideas.
We want to make sure that when we have meetings, we have new things in each meeting to talk about, to discuss, to create, as far as events, activities, etc. And in the meantime, from event to event, in that time, that we're working on something, to get ahead by the time we get to the next event. It gets a little harder because we can't really get together in that process, and the communication is tricky in that process, but we got to find creative ways, if you will, where we can work individually and work collectively when we come together. I know you guys are new, so we'll have more, discussions and rules and all that beautiful stuff with the Sunshine Law, and maybe we can ask for a training just to better help us all, reconnect again when it comes to sunshine and the do's and the don'ts in that regard. But I think the main thing is we really need to make sure that we have kind of like having goals for the next meeting. What is our goal for this month? Okay, we did that. Now continue, and we each have a role. And thank God now we have enough people to be able to, distribute those roles accordingly, and then bringing it back. One of the things, for example, that we've been working on for a while is that list of ideas, and the list of the contacts to add to the registry. And it's kind of like we don't want to be stuck, if you will, on the same thing continuously. We have to keep it moving, and the accountability on my part as well, because I'm your middle guy. I'm your middle guy with the town and with you guys. So that's important as well. But I think with our experiences, our heads, and our talents and our skills, we should definitely be able to kick it off from here. And, I don't want to say we lost a year, because I think we accomplished a lot considering the circumstances. So we should be very proud of that. So imagine just what we can do now that we have passed that and we're able to now work together. That's a big one.
Yeah.
So,
and then we have a full board.
we have a full board. Yes.
Yes.
We only meet once a month?
Yes. Yes. We only meet once a month. And so that's what makes it difficult. and the way that communication is during that time. So that's why it's very important to kind of, I don't know if allocate is the right word, but to distribute the roles, the work, if you will, and then, okay, bring it back the next month. And, you guys are always welcome to call me directly, and questions, anything that you need to maybe work on with me, and then I can communicate,
Right.
on a broader level with the rest of you guys.
Yeah, because of the sunshine laws, we're not allowed to talk to each other about anything. Right, we can talk to Jesse about it,
Right.
but to each other, yes.
Right. So you
Our
guys
liaison.
can't talk to each other or communicate in that sense, or in the decision making, or ideas, projects,
Yeah,
or whatnot.
anything that's
but-
gonna be voted on, we can't,
right.
yeah, which is
Any-
basically everything
Exactly. Anything
that we
that's gonna be
discuss
voted on.
here.
Right. However, if you have any concerns, questions, or whatever the case may be, you can talk to me, and then I can kind of be your middle person, your mediator with the rest of the committee.
I wanted to ask, I know that there's a calendar on the town website. Like, is it possible, I'm not sure how to say, like, to have that calendar at every meeting so we can know like what's to come, and if maybe we want to be a part of it? Because I know that we look at it maybe on the phone, but like to speak it here in case, hey, this sounds like a good event, can one of us go, or something like that, or maybe one of the meetings, so that we know what's happening. And we can also, promote it at the same time, so others can also know what's going on.
I say absolutely. And if we keep it like this, in the sense of in the end of the month type of meeting, we can always then use that to prepare for the next one. It's the 27th today, so we would have August to get, and we could just plan ahead in that sense. I would say yes.
I have a question. What's the process for adding new business items to the agenda? So like how
You-
far in advance do we need to?
I need to turn in the agenda 1 week before the meeting.
Okay.
So if you think of something that you want to add to new business, you send it to Jesse, and then you send it to me,
Okay.
and I add it to the agenda.
Okay.
So,
And also at the beginning of the meeting, if maybe you didn't have enough time, then there could be,
right, you
Like-
can always add it under, add-ons,
deferrals and-
deferrals, additions, deletions, which it happens all the time in the town council meeting. They always
Yeah.
end up adding stuff. So
Okay.
that's why I'm telling you, if you watch it, you learn.
I know. And we can move things around too. In regards to
Exactly.
the topics. Like if you have old business and you want to, one thing is going to take more time than the other, well, we can always
Right,
move it around.
yeah. So there's ways around everything.
Okay.
Okay, so if anybody has anything else to add, speak now, forever hold your peace.
No, I really think that what Jesse said about, since we meet once a week, once a month, having that calendar for something that we can work on during that time and take advantage of the next meeting, I think that will be great. I really like that.
Yeah. And I really
agree.
enjoy having people attend. And I know before COVID, that was one of the best things that we had. People were able to attend the public, community organizations or whatnot that would want to partner with us were able to attend. So even now during public comments, and as we continue to go back to the new normal, continue inviting people, continuing inviting service providers, or, we've had really awesome people come along. I mean, we've had schools and APD, I believe, and, and all these different things. And perhaps it's going to be a good thing to circle back around all those contacts that we have from previous events that we've done. I know we've talked about that before, to just kind of get them refreshed and say, hey, we're still here.
Right.
We're still
Even
here
to
in the
promote the mayor's gala.
And the
They
mayor's-
might want to attend, they might
the
wanna
mayor's gala,
participate.
and thinking out loud, the new program with the
Mhm.
police department. That's going to
Right.
be huge. So
Yeah. Good point. Okay. All right, I'm ready for cupcakes, so.
Coffee, where's my coffee man?
I move to adjourn the meeting at 6:39. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, none against. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned.
Testing, testing. Yeah.
I have to press. Oh, and you don't have to press.
Chairman Rogers, please address the committee. I know we're short one member at this point.
Yes, we need one more person for quorum. We have a short agenda, so we're going to wait a few more minutes. I've contacted the other 4 members. One of them may be on their way, and we're going to wait about another 10 or 15 minutes, but I will keep the meeting short. So bear with us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Rogers.
Yeah, we look like we're just sitting here talking. Oh, this is revised Cohen's appreciation.
Chairperson Rogers, we have quorum now. You may proceed.
Thank you. We're going to call the meeting to order at 7:45 and call roll. Nancy Rogers here. George? You're not? Here. Rosa Barosa, absent. Omar Gonzalez, absent. Luis Lopez, absent. Darwin Villavicencio,
Present.
and Johnny Torres.
Present.
We have quorum. Our Police Department Representative Officer Juan Rodriguez.
And I will give the monthly report. These are the CompStat targeted crimes year to date from January 1st to July 26th up to from 2020 to 2021. In 2020, we had 4 robberies. In 2021, we had 7. So we're up by 3. Auto thefts, we had 27 in 2020, and we have 62 in 2021. So we're up by 35. Burglaries commercial, we had 7 in 2020 and 4 in 2021. So we're down by 3. Burglaries residentials, we had 9 in 2020 and 5 in 2021. So we're down by 4. And the reason that the auto thefts are so high is because the Miami Lakes Auto Mall started putting their cars on Indigo since that closed down. They were using that parking lot there and it wasn't being, looked at. So people started seeing all the new like Dodge trucks, and I guess they started taking cars from there. So as soon as they took it out of there, the number's been dropping.
Thank you. We're going to go back. Are there any public comments? And let the record show that Johnny Torres is here. And yes, we do have quorum. I need a motion to adopt the minutes.
I do the motion.
Are you a second?
Darwin seconds the motion.
Okay. Did you write it? Okay. We're going to do the item 2.6.2 coins update. The coins have been received, and we will be taking care of those at the distributing those at the appreciation ceremony. And there is a page attached if we want to do it now. I would like everyone to look and see the revised distribution of the coins sheet that's attached to your agenda. And it was originally, we've ordered 300 coins, and it was 100 to the police, 100 to the fire, and 100 for the Public Safety Committee. And it's been changed to 50 for the police department, 50 for the fire department, and 200 for public safety. And the distribution of the coins is listed. So if you all approve, if you have any questions, let me know, and we can accept this distribution plan.
Nancy, I have a question. How soon are we looking to do this?
To be distributing them? I was thinking of waiting for the appreciation ceremony that we have. If anybody thinks that we should start doing them right away, we can do that. It's just that I think the coins are special, and I think our recipients from our awards for the police and fire and any retirees, I think that would be the appropriate time. We have a ceremony for that at that time. And if you all agree, then like I said, a motion and a second would,
That will be,
Be in
the
order.
ceremony will be in September 23rd, right?
yeah, I believe that's the
Yeah.
date. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
That's reasonable. 2 months from now?
I can do the motion to state.
You
it.
make a motion
Yeah.
to accept this
Accept this
distribution plan.
distribution, yes.
Okay, and I guess we can add to that, the first coins would be handed out at the appreciation
Yes.
ceremony.
All right.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Okay, and you, okay. We're going to skip down to the 8C. The, if you're all familiar with the RAMP form is, I met with the Elderly Affairs Committee and they approved, which the only thing they had to approve was the removal of the Social Security number being written down on the form. They approved it, and I just need a motion that we're going to accept it, and a ream of paper is going to be donated from one of the Elderly Affairs members, and then we can have those, what Elderly Affairs plans to do with those forms is we have the bingo lunch giveaway every other Wednesday. And they're going to get those forms, we're going to get them printed up, and they're going to insert one of those forms in each one of the bags with the lunches. And that's how the shut-ins will get that form, and they need them the most, the elderly, the shut-ins. But then the rest of any other forms we have, we're going to leave on a table in the hallway at Town Hall for any other residents that need them. And these are forms that have your personal information in case of an emergency. And they're there for all residents.
Nancy, just an additional question, sort of related to that. Does the town have any list of shut-ins or anything like that? If something happens that they know to go to that house?
It's a good question. I don't believe that the town actually has a registration for such residents. But I think the first person that would be contacted would be Dottie Wicks, the chairperson of Elderly Affairs Committee. And she knows every single one of the people because she does the food distribution. And she's going to be the contact person. She would be, I think, the first person to call.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And Francisca's Restaurant, 8D, this is the restaurant that we talked about last month that had the parking hazard. And happily, they are putting stanchions out and cones and preventing people from blocking traffic on 67th Avenue. So that's been taken care of. Item 8E, the complaint about the pedestrian walking signs. I checked with everybody in the town and a few people, and the town did not install those signs. They're put up by the county. So now we would have to do a complaint and a whole process and whatever regarding the signs. And I think what's going to happen long term, they put them up. I don't see them taking them down. I think they're just going to tell most of us, get used to the signs. Eventually, you'll figure out what it's there for. And hopefully nobody will have an accident in the meantime. Go ahead, George.
Can we still do our public safety education campaign? Put it in the Laker or on our website with the picture of the sign and explain it? Only stop here if there's people on the crosswalk ready to cross?
I think it's a good idea to get it through out to the residents through the Laker. And if you want, I will contact someone at the Laker to bring it up.
And our website, we can put it on our website also. both places?
Hopefully, as you all know, Brandon has gone to another, well, to Dade County to work. And our liaison is going to be Elizabeth. Am I right, Willie?
I'm not sure yet. I haven't been informed, but I'm taking notes for the webpage, and I'll send it out to Claire so to make sure that we post it.
Okay, great. And I'll look into the Laker article. Thank you. We have been asked to participate in the Optimist Baseball opening day ceremonies on 9/11/21. It's going to be the 20th anniversary of 9/11 incident. And it sort of, the timing of it was moved, I believe, to 10 o'clock because the Optimist Club opening day ceremonies are going to be here on this side of town, and the veterans are doing a recognition ceremony over at Mary Collins. So most of us can't be in two places at once. And I'd like your opinion. We've been asked to do a short, some kind of recognition at Optimist, keeping in mind that they are going to be young children and their attention span is, a lot shorter. So I don't quite know what we could do. And by the same token, because of the conflict and whatever, we've not asked to participate in anything at the Veterans Affairs ceremony. So how do y'all feel about it? Do you still want to do something? And then I'm going to need some ideas.
Do they want us to talk about 9/11, or can we talk about our public safety committee, or tell them something like, if you see something, say something, little stuff like that? Or
I'm not quite sure because it's more so a short ceremony in regard to what happened at 9/11. But again, they're little children. It was a long time ago. And so unless anybody's got they haven't been specific about what they wanted us to do. And at some point, I would even entertain just leaving it out altogether because they are going to try to have a color guard and the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner. So I don't know where we fit in at that. And especially because of the conflict. So I got to leave it up to, bring it before the committee.
they might not even know what 9/11 is.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's not a happy occasion to bring up to young children. So if you want to think about it, we don't have a lot of time to get back to them. And just let me know.
Unless you get some clarification from them, what they expect from us, and then we could decide if we can.
Yeah, well, most of the conversation, the two conversations that I've had with Jim Hamilton has been, they are young children and they've got short attention span, and it's a happy occasion for them. It's opening ceremonies for their baseball season. So I don't know quite what we could do unless the police department, and I don't know specifically, I would imagine there's going to be something in regard to color guard and all whatever for the veterans. So
Maybe they just
can you
wanna-
be in, and they did move their time up. I think the veterans are doing it at 9 and opening ceremonies start at 10. So
Maybe they just want our presence as part of the opening day ceremonies, and we don't really have to say anything.
I'm not sure. I need to clarify that.
We do have our own color guard. So they probably will be
I
performing.
think police and fire I think that's a great idea, as long as you're not also trying to be over there
But that would be
On the
more
other
so for the I'm sorry, the baseball game, obviously, as opposed to the Veteran Affairs event.
It will probably be for the Veterans Affair, not the,
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're going to be probably doing that.
I think if anything, probably the baseball event would just probably be observed a moment of silence. And that's pretty
Yeah,
much
we
it.
could do
That's
something
what
like
I would think so. So, yeah, I would definitely try to get more information.
Yeah, I'll do that. In the meantime, you guys think
Table that,
about
and
it.
then hopefully by next meeting, we'll have more info.
Okay. Are there any announcements? I get a motion to adjourn.
Darwin, motions to adjourn.
Okay.
I'll second.
And we've got 7:58. Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Take the.
Chairman, I would like to add an item to new business. Last night at the Cultural Affairs Committee, promoter presented an opportunity for the town to have a concert. And one of the committees that he mentioned that get the proceeds was your committee. The Veterans Committee, Youth Task Force, and Special Needs, and Cultural Affairs will be the 4 committees that will receive this, the proceeds from the concert. So they asked us to bring it to your attention to the committee. And if the committee agrees to support this, they have invited you to attend the next, their next meeting, so you can express that your committee is endorsing the concert.
I'll make a motion to add it as 8C. Second. All in favor?
Concert.
Any opposed? Okay, very good. Thank you, William.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, if we could please then, number 6 is the minutes provided by Ed from last week, which are part of this packet here that you have in front of you, provided by William. If you just take a quick moment to look at it, if you haven't already done so, to see if there are any changes that need to be made. I'm sorry, Pedro? Pedro made a motion to approve the June 18th meetings. Anybody second? Okay. Seconded by Mario. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Very good. All right, old business, number 7. The recognition ceremony for the sponsors was conducted 2 weeks ago. We had some of our committee members there to represent the committee. You can see that in attendance were the first 6 names that are on the agenda, and then not in attendance were the last 4. And so we'll have to make an effort then to provide the individuals that were not in attendance, Andy's Police Supply, the Specialized Investigation, Naive and Angel, to find a time, and or we can send it to them through mail. I don't know if we can go into a debate on how to do that. I think it could be satisfied fairly easily. It was very well received. It was done here right before the town council meeting, and the mayor and council members were all very supportive. People were all very pleased with the awards that they got, which you might remember William had done through one of his sources. So they thanked us profusely. So I think it accomplished what we wanted, which was just to take the time to recognize people that have been so generous in their support of our committee and veterans in general. Number 2, that would be 7B, was the quarterly Veterans Committee report to Town Council. That was very well received as well. Nothing new to report there. Everybody's familiar with what we've done. But the mayor and several council members voiced their support for the Veterans Committee and veterans in general. So I think it was well done. The military seat and military tribute banner campaign. We had a couple of issues with the banners. There's 4 names there that you see, which again is 7C number 2, pending Mr. Wicks, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Ostrowski, and Ms. Robinson. Mr. Wicks was hanging in front of the McDonald's and somehow fell off and is now a casualty, and nobody knows where he's at. So they're reprinting the banner, which will be rehung once we get all of them. Mr. Martinez was hanging on a light pole. He contacted us to say he was very dissatisfied with the fact that somebody had taken his banner down, and had hung up somebody else's banner in his place. But on closer inspection,
Phone's rehung. Yes. If I may, Ed, I did send you the email with the.
You want to hear me? DeLand, Florida. My son-in-law was visiting and he saw it. And all these banners, they actually have a website of the town, and family members go onto the banner. They have selfies, then they add them to the website, and they add stories about their loved ones. And that was about 2 years ago. I wrote it up and showed him how it is. But it's DeLand, Florida.
Well, that's great. So at least we know then next year, we don't have to invent this thing from scratch. What do they say, that imitation is the greatest form of flattery? So we'll just get up with those guys and see how they did it. All right, very good then. So again, City Council was very invested in the idea, which I thought was a good thing. Of course, the big piece for us, that the reason that we were going to, with high hopes, was the Veterans Park. And that was approved unanimously, the renaming of Picnic Park West to Veterans Park. All the council members and the mayor voted to support that change. And it was really, the debate was, when would we do it? However, the town attorney brought up that the bylaws don't allow them to vote on a name change without a public hearing. And so even though they went ahead and voted anyway, supported it unanimously, and then have added it, or will add it, to the town council meeting in August, so that people can provide public comments if they want to change, if they support it or not. Although again, City Council has already unanimously provided their support. And please.
Yeah. How about now? Vote. Ramonda made a comment after the vote that she recommended that we dedicate some of our proceeds, perhaps the Jingle Bell Jog, for the purpose of erecting a monument at the park rather than just have a sign. And that kind of really excited me, because that was one of the things you want to do from the get-go. I mean, I can just picture maybe an F4 Phantom up there, or a UH-1H, up on a pedestal, something really, that would really grab your attention. We're a little ways off from that, but it kind of excited me. We're on the right track for that. And hopefully on August 10th, which by the way is my birthday, they'll vote that. It'll be on the move, and we'll be able to have a little more focus and maybe bring some more attention to the veterans. So, Mike.
Although worth noting, Councilman Cayazo originally was very supportive of the idea because he said, I think we can get this thing through a name change because there's no money tied to it. So we can get this through, we'll vote for it. So when people started suggesting, hey, we could do this, maybe you can ask for more money. I really didn't want to go down that road until we get the name change. So mum's the word. The good thing was that the town council was very supportive of the idea, which I think is great. And that's a credit to everybody here. So thank you again for coming up with the idea and then supporting it because, we can change something and have a lasting effect on the town. Gary?
And whatever our plans could end up being, already have the Boy Scouts and the Young Marines on board to help with whatever project that they can pitch in and come up with ideas and help out.
That's great. Thank you. So, all right, that was 7D. Now moving on to 7E, the disposition of charitable monies from the Veteran Committee sponsored event. You might remember this came up a couple of times. We had collected money, and then at the end of the year, that money was rolled into the general fund, unbeknownst to us. And so we asked, that was going to create a problem for us if we had any long-term projects, if they were every year going to take our money at the end of the year. So there was two issues. One was recouping the money and not being able to roll money over not being able to carry money for more than a year. And then the other issue was the fact that they were taking our money that we received as charitable donations and were rolling it into the town fund. And they went to great lengths to explain that if we get any money, that any money that we spend will be assumed to be the charitable money we received in a given year, regardless of whether we received the money before or after our event. They're going to take the money that we received, and that will be what's considered expended. So that at the end of the year, if there's any money left over, that will assume to be, it will be assumed to belong to the town. So, for example, if we get the town, our budget is $5,000 and we receive $10,000 in charitable donations, and then we have an event that cost us $12,000. $10,000 is going to be the charitable donations, and then $2,000 will be from the town, leaving us an overage of $3,000. So that gives the town a little bit more flexibility to take and use money, and then we're obligated to spend the monies that we receive. They did recognize that if we did have money that was left over that we didn't want to roll over, and we said that the problem it creates if somebody gives us money specifically for the veterans and then they take money back, even though they're not taking the veteran charitable money, they're taking the money that was left over from what was budgeted to us. It creates a problem, especially as we're looking forward to maybe having projects that are longer than a year. If we're predicting in a year or two from now, we're going to build something, we're going to need to start collecting our money. And if people donate, we don't want to be losing it every year. And Mr. Peterman, the city manager, said he could work with that. And it would require us to address him specifically, with the budget item, and that they would consider coding that differently so that at the end of the year, it would be portioned off so that they didn't spend it. Mm-hmm. Ed, did you have any questions with regard to that? Because I know that was a matter of interest. No? Yep. On that same note, we also spoke about having a treasurer, because I think it was highlighted that the committees don't have a treasurer specifically. But that's created a bit of a problem for us because we never, I mean, I can't tell you how much money we have right now. And I don't think anybody else can either. And I think William would have the best insight into the money, but he doesn't know off the top of his head either because he has to go to the finance people. So I said, geez, it really puts us at a disadvantage. You know, we're supposed to be managing our monies as a committee and we have no idea how much money we have. So I said, is there something that prohibits us from having a treasurer? And what they said they wanted to avoid was having a treasurer who had the checkbook and the credit card and was spending money on behalf of the town. They said, yeah, we really don't want to do that, but you can have a treasurer that serves as the single point of contact on your committee to keep track of our funds. And so they said you would have to vote for that individual. And then they would go on the rolls as the committee chairman, or committee treasurer, and they would be in that position until January of calendar year, next year. Pardon me? Strictly for accountability purposes, and then they would serve as perhaps the liaison to our liaison, Mr. Sanchez, and the finance office, so that we're not going, because now we know that William has another job. He's working in Parks and Rec. So if we're getting him to come, and he doesn't even work in this building anymore. So it would be perhaps a good idea if we had somebody that could speak directly with the finance department to get at least a running total. And when we're spending money, at least at any given time, you know, we'll all have some sense of, you know, what we have in there. So that was what was, we were told we could do that. I'd like to make a motion to elect a treasurer. Yeah, seconded by Pedro. All in favor? Okay. Are there any opposed? No. So a unanimous consent then. And then I would like to nominate probably one of the best money guys I know, Mr. Gary Cardenas. Yes, former vice president of the bank. If a guy knows, anybody that knows money. Sir, would you accept the nomination? Oh, great. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is there anybody else that's interested in the job? Daniel? No? Okay. Oh, okay. Because of your respect for Gary, you're gonna let him have it. It's very gracious of you. All right, very good. Then Gary's been nominated. Has he accepted the nomination? I guess we can put it to a vote. Ed? Yeah. So all in favor? Are there any opposed? Oh, very good. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Yes, okay, very good. Thank you. Uh-huh. How much money do we have?
Well, Gary, we'll make you official more with the town clerk.
And then, let's see, moving on then to 7F, which was the committee budget request. Again, Mr. Peterman highlighted at the committee report that it would be appropriate for us to come back on the 15th when they were doing the general fund budget sunshine meeting. So we came back, we gave a very brief presentation on our budget, what we were looking to do with it, why we were asking for the increase from 4.5 thousand to 15,000, which in general terms, again, was, while we're very appreciative of Mr. Fred Senra and his contributions to the town, if the town was committed to supporting veterans, and we felt it was appropriate that the town support the banner campaign rather than having it as a line item for Mr. Fred Senra. I mean, certainly could use Mr. Senra's monies if he was inclined to donate it for other things, but one of the other issues that we faced this last year when we were competing for space with the graduates, we wanted to put our banners on 67th, which is a county-owned road, but we were prohibited from doing that because our banners are considered advertisement because it says Auto Mall on them, so they wouldn't allow us to hang them there. So again, and I think, I mean, we brought this up before and it was misinterpreted as a slight of Mr. Senra. Certainly not. He's very, very generous. But I think, you know, being good stewards of his money, it felt that it was appropriate to ask the town. And so that was the point that we made. Although, again, they're not going to vote on that until sometime in September, I'm told. So, but you know, we got it. We got our dibs in early. So moving on then to G, the 9/11 flag ceremony. Both Pedro and Larry have contacted Caroline, the owner of Pharma, CEO and owner of Pharma Natural. She's, you might remember, a 9/11 ceremony a few years ago, last year, we put out 3,000 flags, well, 2,997. And she, and a few of those were taken. You know, they were out on that field, Picnic Park West, the park formerly known as Picnic Park West, soon to be known as the Veterans Park. A number of those flags went missing. And so I think through Pedro and Larry, she went ahead and ordered 350 new flags, which will accompany what she already has, which we're told is the balance. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, really very, I mean, she too was very generous, yep. So that brought up another discussion. The Optimist are having their opening day ceremonies. Excuse me, that's a Saturday. And we did the flag ceremony, or sorry, the 9/11 ceremony last year. It was in the morning, you might remember, you know, to coincide with the time that the planes hit the trade towers. So I think everybody was out there at 8 a.m. So the Optimists have moved the opening day for their park, opening day baseball at the Optimist Park until 10, I think 10 or 10:30, because they wanted to allow us the time to do what we were going to do before they kick things off. And they recognize too that, you know, their group is largely 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. So while they wanted to give them some idea of what this is all about, they didn't want to be heavy-handed with it. So they asked us if we, you know, wanted to be involved, but they recognize that we're doing our own more solemn event. And so, you know, it's already September 11th is only a couple of months away. William?
Okay. Oh, good. Chairman, could you give me some event details so I can play? We're going to start.
Well, again, I think because, and we talked about this event, we put it on the calendar, but we haven't really done any of the coordination that goes along with putting on an event.
Yeah. Well, yes, sir.
That's a level of detail that you need. You know, what is it specifically? Police, fire trucks, podium,
Yep.
parks. Yeah.
What we have now, we didn't have last year, was our mobile command unit, which is the trailer outside. It has everything inside that we need. Podium, sound system. We also have a generator, so we don't have to worry about power, right? So the canopy, there's a tent inside there we use. So what I need from the committee tonight is just, when are we going to start those items? Police watch, I can handle. That's not a problem. Do you want me to request the honor guard from the police department? I know Gary helped us out last year, last minute, but we can coordinate that with public safety, because they're the ones that have the fire department. So so let's start from the top. Time, event will. So you want us to open the event at 8 o'clock
Well,
or 8:30? I think
you
it was.
remember what we did last year, not saying that we need to do that this year, but many of the council members spoke, the mayor spoke, and then Nelson Rodriguez, in his role as a fireman, came out with the bell and rang the bell several times. And so I think all of that happened. And then there was a moment of silence at the time that the plane hit the tower and everything was wrapped up. I think we were done within an hour.
Okay.
Yep.
So the bell came from our town manager. He's also a retired fireman. So I'll
Right.
request that bell if that's what the committee wants. And I like what I heard right now. I know last year was a difficult year with COVID, and there was a lot of moving parts, and we were
Right.
split. I was actually on site. I was in a different event. But so we start the ceremony at 8:30.
8:30, yeah?
Yeah, with the elected officials, the honor guard.
Okay.
Okay, I'll build a timetable out. We can request. I don't know if the police department has something like that, but
Is that, William, is that something that when we could think about these ideas and throw them out there, but the bagpipe is always a nice touch. But is that something that we have access to, or we have to hire somebody, or?
I'm going to ask for honor guard, and I'm going to ask the manager if he's aware of any division that has a bagpiper, and request it. If they have, if not, we have to look at
for it, yeah.
potentially the sponsor. If we have to pay somebody to come in, yeah. So tomorrow morning, you're going to receive this on your event calendar. I'm going to send it to our events team, to the events personnel, and also to all the committee members. And that will be sent to the elected officials through the town clerk office. But we'll get the ball moving tomorrow. You'll see emails, and Chairman, I'll copy you. I can't copy everybody, but I'll copy you on the request to police, and so you're aware that there's motion going on. There's things happening.
And then any items that are highlighted or that we've done something, then I'll send it out to the group. And speaking of which, I tried to send something out to the group this past week, and a few of the emails got kicked back to me. Do we have an updated list, or do you have that list?
I can send you the roster. Yes,
Would
sir.
you please? Yep, thank you.
So just to recap, 8:30 ceremony, all the logistical needs, I will send out starting tomorrow, requesting, the police watch will do it the day before, a couple of days before the flags are up. It's just too early to do that now.
Right. We need to talk to some.
Yep.
Mhm.
You're going in on
Friday.
On Friday. So
Friday.
Thursday, the grass has to be cut by Thursday.
Right.
By Thursday. Okay,
Mhm.
got it.
Yeah, good point there. Thank you, Larry. And that, if you know anybody in Parks and Rec, that would be a real help, William.
I think we got that covered now. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So expect that email from me to invite officially tomorrow. I'll copy Caroline. She's the official sponsor. And then from there, it'll go out to everybody else.
And
okay.
And then one thing I don't think we've done, Pedro or Larry, is we're assuming that we have all the flags. And reality is, I suppose, if we end up a bit short, it doesn't really matter. But in trying to keep with and I've said it before, the solemnity and what we're trying to honor to capture all the flags, but somebody's going to have to count them. Yeah. Right. But she had to reorder some because so many were taken. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it might be a good idea if we could coordinate with her ahead of time rather than wait until that Thursday to count the flags. And if you need a few people to do it. Okay. Okay, so we'll give it to Pedro? Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Anything else on that then, William? With regard to the 9/11 ceremony? Last year, we tried to get some, the firefighters from Station 64.
Yes, sir.
And for one reason or another, it didn't happen. I don't know, maybe it was COVID, they were working. They said the people that were on staff couldn't come in because they were on, they were on duty, and it would require other people, and then they would have to get overtime or something.
I'll loop you into that request to them, to the chief,
Yep.
and that'll be another request going out.
All right.
So we'll do it. It's still early enough to hopefully get them out there.
And then last year, we contacted Channel 10, who came out, and I think Larry pointed out that that went national. It was on the national news.
Yes, sir.
So we'll do that again in advance of,
That'll be through Claire So.
Okay.
She'll send out the press release.
okay.
It just happened. At that time.
Okay, that is,
Any other questions? Are we good? And you know, again, you'll start seeing emails tomorrow going out.
very good, thank you. Next item then, H is the Veterans Day Parade. We presented this at the committee report to town council. And again, going back to the idea that we wanted to have an event following the Veterans Day Parade. You know, every year everybody just wanders off. And so we recognize that it might create some issues with where do we start, where do we finish? If we like to, the thought being, we get the approval to rename the Veterans Park, then it would be the perfect day to do it, would be Veterans Day celebration. We can do a ribbon cutting, you know, renaming on that same day. I think that would be appropriate. But it would mean having to get people over to the park. And so recognizing the route that the parade typically goes, not the car parade last year, you know, it's around the stores here. So bringing it over to that park, I'm not really quite sure how we do that. So if anybody has any ideas on the route being, you know, where we start, where we finish, and how we can
have to reroute.
Hmm.
I think it's a great idea, but the downside is that particular area of town is going 154th Street, Drive, which would be the main access in there, 87th Avenue. That's mostly commercial out there, not residential. So we wouldn't have all people staying on the side and cheer parade and all that, and sacrifice that. As much as it's a great idea, the idea is to have the parades and visible for everybody in town.
I'm just afraid that if we start and finish it here like we've done every other year, that muscle memory, people just get in their cars and leave. The idea being if we started over there and people finish there and there's already food trucks there and music, then people would be more likely to stay because their cars are already parked. We've started there and the parade has ended there, so kids aren't going to go rushing off because now they have. Well, the only thing would be then the vehicles, you know, most of the kids that are showing up are, you know, the high school band and the karate kids and the cheerleaders.
Yeah, assembly is no problem. Same place and starting there. It's just getting out. Anyway, the majority of the viewers for the parade, they're on 67th Avenue. Once we turn on Miami Lakes Drive, it's just a few here and there. And then around the back and we're here when we're here.
Yeah.
So we actually could, if you remember last year, we had a lot of viewers somewhere and the people were just going like, oh my God, they did this.
Mm-hmm.
And we even went through some commercial sites. So I think if it's well published, you know, and posted ahead of time, and this is where the parade will route, this is where it will end. And Eventbrite, as much as everyone is in love with it, here's one problem. I had people who did not come to the 4th of July because they say, hey, he said, I have to buy a ticket.
Well, we did.
No. The issue with Eventbrite to register, to register. And it said that you had to pay, to buy a ticket to attend the 4th of July celebration. You buy a ticket, to buy a ticket.
But it's no fee though. There was no fee on that ticket. It was just to get your ticket so we know, but there was no fee attached to the ticket. There could be
Yeah.
a fee attached to it, but that particular event was no
But
fee.
it's confusing for a lot of people.
Mm.
It's confusing. You just design and say, I know we want to keep track of how many hit likes, how many hit this, and fine. Just get the people out there. We'll count them.
One good thing that the 4th of July event showed us was that you could put that many people out there because people were parked all around the park. They were parked in the warehouse. They were parked around we're talking about Picnic Park West, soon to be known as the Veterans Park. But there was plenty of parking. So I don't think that would be an issue. All those people that parked there for the 4th of July, there were thousands of people.
Yeah, the building offices, the building offices behind the park.
Right.
That's where everybody
But
parks.
again, it does take away, and I do agree with Larry, it does take away from the notion of walking down Main Street and having the buildings, like a lot of the pictures that we have show the parade going by with the flags past Main Street. I think it would look totally different if they were walking underneath the palmetto.
Right.
So I don't know what the answer is, but maybe we don't need to decide right now. But the one question I would have for you, William, was that I mentioned it to the mayor and the council members. And then I asked them, I said, this is what we have voted to do. We would like to do this event. What do we need? Do we need something from you guys, being the council? Like, do they bless off on it, or we just say we voted on it, we want to do it, and we do it? Or somebody has to approve it and say, yeah, we agree that that's a good idea? Because I asked the question several times and I didn't, I was met with blank looks. So I'm not quite sure.
So typically before COVID, the parade would end here and there was a food service for the veterans inside this room here. So maybe that's where they were confused, that they weren't sure there's already something happening, but we're redirecting to a different location. That after luncheon, that's always has happened since I've been here. I've been here for 3 years. Last year, obviously, we couldn't do it because of COVID, but the concept has been done. I don't know if Gary, can chime in, but we served here approximately. Mission Barbecue did the last one. I think we served 400 people. The last time we were able to hold so the parade will end here. The veterans had a ticket. They'll come here and have their lunch. So what's been discussed here is making it bigger, make it, like a
Right, to
festival.
include the participants, because
Yes, sir.
what I've seen in just the few years that I've observed the parade is the kids put a lot of effort into marching, walking,
Yep.
doing whatever they're doing. And as soon as they get to the finish line, if you will,
Yeah.
they're wandering
They're
off
gone.
to the cars and they're getting
Yeah.
in.
They're gone.
And they're driving home because there's nothing else
So
to
something
do.
like what the Post does, Legion, they do a barbecue for July 4th, right? And you guys invite everybody over. So something like that, is that the vision? Is that what?
No, we always show up.
Yeah.
That's not the problem.
Yeah.
Their problem is everyone else.
Yeah.
We don't, the ceremony doesn't get any
No, I understand.
participants.
All the participants.
public.
How do we involve them and give them a thank you? Here's thank you for
Yeah.
coming out. Here's a burger. Here's a hot dog.
Yeah,
And it
we-
just seemed like, given the fact that the plan is for that park to be Veterans Park, what better opportunity than to kind of bring the community together in one
Yep.
big event? And then Nicole had mentioned, music, considering bringing in, somebody to play music while we're doing it, the food trucks, vendors, really make a day of it. November, after, a year and a half of COVID, hopefully we're not all wearing masks again, but the idea being that the weather should be a little bit cooler and that would be a nice opportunity, but maybe it's too difficult. Maybe it seems like a good idea, but what does the committee think? The idea being where the park is, which is on the other side of the Palmetto, and recognizing that every year we do it here, kind of winding in and around the streets. Is it a bridge too far to try and move it over to the other side?
It's not that far. Picnic Park West is right there, right down the street. 154, 82nd, from 67 to 82nd. That's it. We're far away from the Palmetto.
Yeah. But we did that Jingle Bell jog. And I know that when I was, going along and I wasn't running the whole way, I thought, geez, this is a lot farther than I thought.
Yeah. Why it's called a race.
So maybe, I guess we can put that one on the shelf and think about it, or does anybody have any thoughts?
But this has been discussed before.
Mm.
Julio Garcia from the Coast Guard Auxiliary
Mhm.
and we wanted to do this, to have Veterans Day Parade ending in Veterans Park. We even had donors for the food.
Mhm.
to
Because
just give
I
out
think trying to
hamburgers
get
and-
people to drive once they finish, because the parade is so long, so the front half of the parade is finishing and they're going to their cars while the back side of the parade is still kind of coming through, if you will. And so I suppose they could jump in their cars and try and drive over there, but I'm just thinking inevitably, anybody that's, tried to marshal their kids or their brothers and sisters, I just think it would be a
But
little bit too
a
much.
lot of the people drop kids off, or they're either bused here
Mm.
to the assembly area.
Mm.
Once they drop them off, a lot of them, they leave and they come back later.
Mm.
But they could actually then leave and park over there
Mm.
and wait for them to arrive.
Mm.
So instead of waiting for them to finish here, they can wait over there. Those
Yeah.
who wish to stay and eat and
Yeah.
enjoy the music and ceremony, what have you.
Right. Any thoughts? Anybody else? Pedro, you've been part of this project for a few years. What do you think?
No, he only dances, that's all.
Mm. Mm. Nicole, you have any ideas or? Oh.
To have someone to perform so that I can start looking to see what options are out there.
Mhm.
So I'm just kind of waiting on approval to see how I can help.
I suppose if we got a big enough name, that would be the draw that would get everybody over there, right?
We can always bring Elvis back.
Yeah. Yeah. Big name. Garth Brooks, maybe?
No.
Is Casey still around?
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, KC.
KC. Yeah, he's still here. He's still around. Yeah, he lives here.
A big, and then we would have to get a sponsor, right? Unless they were willing to donate their monies. Yeah. Nicole apparently does. Yeah? Because if it was a big enough name, then people certainly would get in their cars and make the drive.
We can get some sponsors,
Hmm.
some donors.
Okay.
I know we always get them for the parade. I know Humana is on board
Yeah.
already for the parade.
Hmm.
I know if you get a big enough name, even if that person volunteers to do it, the band and everybody else, they're union, they got to get paid.
Mm. Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's think about it then. We'll just put this off. This will then be something that we discuss perhaps the next meeting, although next meeting will be August, so our timeline is shrinking a bit, but by then perhaps we'll have a better sense of what we want to do. Does that sound good? Yeah, Ed?
That on Miami Lakes Drive, that area from I assume 87th to the park, if you walk it, it doesn't have enough room like typically this side has because it gets a lot more filled up, which is something you might want to consider because that neighborhood on the south side of Miami Lakes Drive is just a small sidewalk and a fence as opposed to 67th Avenue where you can have maybe 1 or 2 rows of kids and a lot more parking. But yeah, I think closing or arriving at Veterans Park with the cherry on top of the parade, particularly if we get that name change done in time.
Daniel, you've been kind of quiet tonight. Anything you want to add or?
So originally in past Veterans Parade events, we would bus people from one area to another. So what if they park in a certain area and then we can bus them to Veterans Park? Let's say we can't reroute the parade to Veterans Park. What if we have the secondary location with the concerts going on, the food trucks at Veterans Park, and we can bus the people wherever they're parked to Veterans Park? I don't know the logistics of busing people from one area to another.
The freebie could be one option.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, but I just
Yeah.
don't know the logistics of transporting those people.
But the
between
participants would actually be marching into Veterans Park.
Okay.
Could it be a different, could there be a different start off point
Yeah.
as opposed to that part? Because the more I think about it, the less people are going to be able to see it. Because you're going down 87th Avenue and you have that big area where they're trying to build the hospital. Then you have that empty lot. Where are people going to stand?
No. We're not touching 87th Avenue. That's too far west.
So you're saying you're coming from Main Street all the way to?
Yeah, that was.
To
Oh, I thought you guys were going to start the
that's
parade
what,
last
that was
time.
what Gary suggested, but.
But you're going to come from here to all the way to?
To
Yeah, I don't
82nd.
think so.
To 82nd.
That's, but then Daniel said bus, finish
Right.
here and then bus people over.
Yeah.
I think that's a hell of a walk.
Yeah, no, it is a bit far, yeah.
To go from here to
Yeah, yeah.
82nd?
Yeah, it's like 15 miles.
No.
Well, it feels like 15 miles. Probably like 2.
Yeah, well, let's do.
Okay, so moving on then,
No, we're not even getting close to it. It's 82nd Avenue.
the next item is 7I, which is the Jingle Bell Jog. And I'm proposing that we hold that event on December 12th. And the reason being is that I've received some emails, I'm sure you guys have as well, that the Fort Lauderdale Half Marathon is going to be conducted on December 19th. And so, obviously we don't want to be competing with them. Having it on December 12th is only a week earlier, but ours is only a 5K. So,
No, we haven't approached anyone yet because we're still working logistics with Split Second, right? The company.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, headquarters was
they were very generous.
the headline
Yeah.
sponsor.
But I think the total amount that we received when we counted what people paid and the sponsors was $40,000 that we received. And then we paid the police and we paid for,
Yeah.
and then we ended up with $17,000 left over.
Yes, sir, around
Yeah.
there, approximately. Yep.
So it's a little bit early to jump on the bandwagon for the sponsorship, but just the notion that we're going to have the event and then what day, so that we can kind of put our stake down and then maybe do the Eventbrite and contact the Split Second timing folks. Does December 12th, does that seem like a reasonable time? With the holidays, kids should be out of school. Are they out of school then? No, not quite, I don't think. December 12th, they'd still be in school, but that's a Sunday. And then the half marathon the following weekend is the 19th. So unless the only other thing to do would be have it a week earlier instead of December 12th, do it December 5th. But I know that's right after Thanksgiving, Pardon me? Okay. And does anybody else, any comments on the 12th? If not, we can put it to a vote and then we'll lock it in. Yeah? All right. So I make a motion then that we conduct our Jingle Bell Jog on December 12th. Seconded by Pedro. All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? All right. Very good. Great. Item J, the crisis intervention training. Ms. Ortiz attended that on behalf of the committee. Were there any takeaways or?
So the meeting, I didn't see any focus on veterans per se, but there were some changes that did catch my attention just because I'm interning right now at the state attorney's office. So the changes that they're making it's more, as mentioned, like the crisis intervention team. So just different changes that are going to be made in the Broward and Miami-Dade area regarding like Baker Act facilities. There aren't any beds for minors in Monroe County. So they're trying to help out situations like that, or in school, if there's a crisis intervention that's needed, having like a victim advocate as a co-responder versus just having law enforcement being the initial responders. Just different things like that that were mentioned. Yeah.
Did they talk about, with the refunding the police and moving monies around? Did they talk about social workers and the role of social workers and psychologists in the CITs? Did they talk about that at all?
Yes, they were talking about, so victim advocates are usually like the social workers that are assigned to police departments. So they're just mentioning having them be not only for schools, but also just for any, like a crisis response, seeing if they can be a co-responder versus having like law enforcement just being the initial responder. But in regards to finance, I didn't hear any mention about that.
One of the points that, and I don't know if they mentioned it in your meeting, that I thought was interesting, it was a steering committee, and they're trying to get, crisis intervention teams, Miami-Dade police respond. And when people are acting crazy, they, bring in these people that have special training. And if it's a veteran, then the guy says, hey, come on, I used to be in the military, and try and connect with the person. And so they were trying to get some ideas on how they could better train people and how they could better respond with this crisis intervention. And they had the 911 operators that were represented in the group. And they said that a lot of the 911 folks said they were looking for support, because they said that a lot of them suffer PTSD when they get involved with a case and somebody's crying for help and they can't help them, that they end up having to go home with that kind of the people screaming in their ear, or them trying to, which I had never really considered before. And, being that this is the Veterans Committee, what came to mind was the drone operators, that, the drone operators have the same incidence of PTSD, even though they're so far removed from the battlefield, but they're looking at a screen and they're blowing people up, and then they're going home, because they're doing it from stateside locations, many occasions. And then they're going home, and, they got to take kids to soccer, and they have to pick up kids from ballet, and et cetera. So I said, oh gosh, it's really kind of the same type of thing, even though they're not directly involved necessarily, but that sense of helplessness where they can't impact the outcome, they were looking for support services. Not that that really has a lot to do with, perhaps our standing in the committee, but I just thought it was an interesting point just to hear from the 911 folks that probably usually underrepresented. But any points with that then, Nicole? No?
I didn't really hear anything
Yeah.
about that. They were also talking about in 2022 that if there is a suicide call, that there's going to be a new number that people can dial versus just calling 911. And that phone call will also be helpful, being able to supply some other resources for people in need.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for representing us there.
Thank you for the opportunity.
When's the next meeting? Do they have one?
Yes, it's going to be September 8th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Very good. Thank you then. All right. That takes care of old business. New business, we jumped a bit ahead of ourselves with the treasurer, Mr. Gary Cardenas. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, just in case. And then item B was, and we've talked about this as well, the committee rules review. There's been a few things that we've thought could be done better. And the city manager, as well as the council, two of the council members agreed, as did the attorney. And so they're going, even though they just rewrote these rules in February of this year, they're going to have a workshop again to review the committee rules. And William, if I'm not mistaken, you sent a copy of the committee rules to everybody?
Yes, sir. And also a video. There's a link to a video there that
Okay.
the town attorney goes through the whole, all the rules.
Could
So-
well, I don't mean to trouble you. You could send it to me and I'll send it. Or if you have everybody in a group email, could I trouble you to send us
I did send it to every committee, but I'll resend
recently
it.
or?
I sent it to every committee that I oversee, but I'll resend it. I'll
Would
resend
you
it.
please? Yeah, just so we
So
have
be
it at
fresh.
the top. Yeah.
Of
okay.
course, yeah. It has the video and it also has the rules attached to it.
And so individually, what we had brought up was a couple of the, the requirement that it would be a good idea to come and sit in a couple of meetings so that your expectations are matched with the committees. The people highlighted in some of the other committees that people showed up thinking they were going to be doing one thing and found out it was something entirely different. And then the council members, the way it stands now, there's a couple that will contact our committee and say, hey, I've got some nominees, here they are, would you take a look at them? And then others will just send somebody over without any advance warning. So we'd like to formalize that a bit more, that instead of just sending people, that would be nice to have a discussion. Yeah. Right, yes, sir. They just August, Ed, they didn't, they said as we get closer, they'll let, well, that's what they said 2 weeks ago. William, are you familiar with the time for that workshop?
But I will check. I'll send it to the committee
Okay.
when the workshop is going to take
Yeah.
place.
And it would be probably a good idea that, there was one other rule that, again, this was just my rule that I had seen, and we had encountered it on our committee, where we had a vice chair position, the chairman left, and then we revoted for the new chairperson, which to me, I mean, I don't know what the committee thinks about that. It might come up in the workshop. But I felt that if you're serving the position of the vice chair, then the idea would be that you have a better understanding perhaps of what's going on. And if the chairperson leaves, then the vice chair just fills in until the end of the year, rather than going through the headache of voting for a new chairperson. When that was discussed previously, the response was, that's how we've always done it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's the best way to do it. That's the way it has been done traditionally. And then they changed the rules in February to make sure that that was codified, because it was done that way, but it wasn't in stone. So they put it on paper that that's how we'll do it. But that might be something, that I would ask them to revisit myself. But if you take a look at the rules, they're not that onerous. You can go through them kind of quickly. And if there's anything that comes to mind, we can go as a group, or we can, have a couple of people that go and represent us, our interests to the workshop. And then, I'm sorry, William, the next item was the one that you mentioned with the cultural affairs. They're going to have a concert and they want to divvy up the proceeds and allow the veterans to.
Yes, sir. We had public comments yesterday from our from an individual that he oversees a very large group of entertainers, and he wants to bring this concert. He's done it throughout the county and throughout the. I think they have some concerts going now in Hard Rock. He mentioned last night, and Miramar. So these are big time talents. Not I'm familiar with them because I dealt with them when I was in Hialeah. One of the gentlemen that he works with. So it's 80s and 90s, the big guys back then. Now they have people that they're connected now with that are currently in entertainment. So and are popular right now. But anyway, they brought it to the Cultural Affairs Committee. The chair of Educational Advisory Board was also contacted. He was here last night. So basically, when he spoke, he's a veteran. he initially, when he brought this to, I guess, to the mayor's attention, and he wanted to help the veterans, but then he saw all these needs around town. And the 4 groups that will benefit if the concert's approved at the cultural level, committee level, then I'll go to the council and the mayor for approval. It'd be Educational Advisory Board, Cultural Affairs, the Veterans Committee, and Special Needs Committee Advisory Board. So those are the 4 benefactors that will receive the funding. All the proceeds after the costs are paid, what he told us last night, all those proceeds will be divided between the 4 committees. So what we want tonight from you, the chair of the Cultural Affairs for our committee here, to vote, if you guys agree to this, to give your support as a committee that you'll support this this concert, and maybe it'd be several concerts, not just one. So it could be a circuit, different entertainers. So
Why can't that be applied to the Veterans Day concert? He's a veteran, and he's popular. He's done this before.
and
he's
that could be
already-
that could be a separate request,
Yeah.
right? So that could be a separate. Yeah.
Yeah, and if he's doing this performance for.
He's not a performer. He's an organizer. Yeah.
So when is that happening?
Well, it's still very early on. They want the 4 committees to support this, and then Cultural Affairs will take it to council for approval.
Will that?
There's no
happen?
dates or anything placed yet. No.
Will it happen? Do you think that it would happen sometime before Veterans Day?
I believe so. I believe if it gets approved, and it'd be several concerts. What I heard at the end, that it's not just one.
Okay.
No. And the concert, that's a good question. It'll be located at they want to do it at Shulas, the golf course, because it has to be controlled environment so they can. It's gonna be a paid concert. It's not gonna be,
Just for clarity's sake, this is going to be a concert where the guy charges people to go in, eat, and whatever. Then he
Yes.
pays all the costs and expenses associated with it. Any money left over, he's going to donate it to these 4 committees.
Yes, sir.
That's the idea.
That's what he mentioned last night. Yeah. Again, nothing's official. It has to go from the cultural level to council for approval. It's a new event or various events. But the chair, Mr. Robinson, wanted your committee's approval or support. And then he asked me to invite you, Chairman, to be at the next meeting. At their next meeting, well, they'll bring this back up to discussion.
If I could, when he asks for our support, besides, telling him, hey, we think this is a great idea, we wish you the best, what would he expect from us as a committee?
Those details weren't discussed last night. For now, it's just mainly support from the committee level. When the event takes place, maybe there will be some function that you guys can take place. Maybe taking the tickets. Who knows? Who knows what the needs will be?
Not a financial support.
No financial. And that was a point of emphasis last night, because the chair believed this guy was coming in to request money to do the concert. No, he's going to handle everything. All proceeds. There's no financial contribution from your committee or from, according to him, right?
What was that gentleman's name? That gave
Ricky Diamond is his name.
Is this by any chance a third-party management company doing this and they get a fee for?
He's a local man here. He lives in town, I believe, and he's friends with the original guy who brought this idea to the committee. And he came in last night because he felt the committee misunderstood the request, and that's where he clarified there's no money coming from our end to him to put the concert. It's the other way around. So there's no. So it's basically, if the concert gets approved, all proceeds will be divided into these 4 committees.
Okay.
Yep.
Do we, it's worth taking a motion. I'll make a motion that we invest the Veterans Committee in this endeavor, and if in fact we have to do some legwork during the concert, seems a small price to pay if we're going to receive some of the proceeds. So I make a motion that we, as a committee, participate in this concert series.
So something just came into my mind. I remember the person that gave us the logo. So I don't know. I'm just saying to be cautious that he doesn't plaster that logo on anything commercial related, because part of her lending us the logo was that it was not to be applied for commercial purposes, if you remember. So I just thought of that because, I mean, yeah. You know, not that he does it on purpose or with malice, but then you might have an issue with being able to use the logo. Does it make sense what I'm saying?
It makes total sense what you're saying, and I understand, and I think we need to look into that before we make any sort of commitment.
We're still way off of using logos or anything like that. So that and Ed is correct. We had to request permission, but that if I understand what she told us, that's the use of the logos can benefit the committee. So I don't think she was opposed to that, but we have to look at the agreement.
Well,
But we're way off of that. And anytime they use the logo, they have to request the town's permission. So that they won't be able to just grab it and use it.
Ed and Larry bring up a good point, which is, I mean, you know, the old saying, if it sounds too good to be true. And so maybe rather than rushing in blindly, perhaps it would be a good idea if we at least invested the time to meet with the cultural committee, find out exactly what the commitment is. And then when we have a little more information, we can come back and actually make an
Yes, sir.
educated decision. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
The point was just to get you guys aware of it. And then the next meeting you're there, you can listen.
Okay.
And then we'll report back to the committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe that sounds like a better.
Yeah, you guys are not approving anything that
So-
there's until the council and the mayor gets it on their hands. It's nothing approved.
Right.
You know, and the town attorney has to review all these.
I'm
these
going to
steps.
withdraw. I'll withdraw that motion then. Yeah. Okay, that brings us to the end of our old business, new business. It was a bit later, and we had a conflict with last week there was a special call meeting. I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago when our meeting is normally scheduled, which would be the third Tuesday of every month. And so we were put off, and then this being the next Tuesday, the only time available, because there was a committee meeting before us, was this time, 8:30. But the norm, of course, would be 7. We haven't changed anything. Does anybody else have anything to add? No? If not, then this number 9 is presentations and announcements. William, if you'd be so kind.
Sign, you want to finish signing? Get it unsigned, Will? Will?
Yeah.
We didn't finish with
We,
that.
we were under the impression that you would be leaving us soon, so we wanted to make sure that we got in, our opportunity to say thank you to the hardest working individual in all of Miami Lakes. And as a small, very small token, certainly we can't say thank you enough, but this plaque reads, William Sanchez, the veterans in the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, offer you a heartfelt thank you for a job well done 2021. So,
Thank you, sir.
yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'm extremely honored, and it's not needed, but you know how I feel about everybody in this room. So I appreciate you guys very much. And thank you, sir. Thank you, Michael. Extremely honored.
And with that, I adjourn our July meeting. I move to adjourn the meeting. Seconded by Larry. All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, William. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for all you've done for us.